Entering the show ring at this time is Class 17, Red Cross. We have 17 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1050 to 1191. Again, this is Class 17, Red Cross, with 17 exhibitors in this class. I want to remind everyone, for those of you that are ringside, if you have friends and family at home that are unable to join and want to watch the show, that Taylor Fort and his talented crew are here bringing the show live stream. The live stream could be found at taylorfort.com/live. If you would share that information with your friends and family at home, give them a chance to watch and support these exhibitors. We'll also have Devin Sisk and her crew in the ring taking photos as well as backdrop photos as the day goes along. I want to let everyone know that if you have a breed or reserve breed champion that will be going to the rodeo tonight, each exhibitor will receive 2 complimentary rodeo tickets. For anyone that might need additional tickets, if you will report to the show office that there's a limited number available, you will need to report to the show office to inquire about redeeming additional tickets. After that, they can be purchased as we get closer to this evening's events. I'd like to introduce Mr. Shane Bedwell as today's judge. Mr. Bedwell serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judge and coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stocker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane's wife, Lacey, they have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Please put your hands together. Thank Mr. Shane Bedwell for being our steer judge. As these exhibitors start to make their way out of the ring, I ask that you put your hands together to thank them for all their hard work and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 18, Red Cross. This is first call for Class 18 Red Cross. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 18 Red Cross, please be moving to the holding area. Class 18 Red Cross, please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 18 Red Cross, please be moving to the holding area. This is second call for Class 18 Red Cross, please move to the holding area. If you were a breed or reserve breed champion yesterday, we need for the exhibitor and a parent to make their way to the announcer stand. We have some paperwork that we need filled out. If you came yesterday and filled out that paperwork, you do not need to come today, but those that were unable to come yesterday, if you were a breed or reserve breed champion, we need to get some information from you. Please be making your way to the announcer stand. I'd like to use this opportunity to recognize and thank some of our sponsors and supporters of 2024 Rodeo Austin. Telus Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. And Dale, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Thank you to each of those sponsors and supporters. Mic test. Attention the barn, there's a couple of vehicles that we need moved that are located over on the west side of the barn. First one is a Honda Odyssey, license plate 558DV98. The second one is a white Ford with Leander ISD on the door. Both of those vehicles are in the way, and we need for you to move them as soon as possible. Thank you. This is last call for Class 18 Red Cross. Again, this is last call for Class 18 Red Cross. You need to be moving to the holding area as soon as possible. Last call for Class 18 Red Cross.
What a class to kind of get the morning kicked off with. Looking forward to the day. It feels good out here in the ring. I feel good. These cattle feel good. It's going to be a good day. Pair of steers here on the top end. I think just have a little more length, a little more smoothness to them, a little more quality through their front end. All the cattle really here on the top end of the class have a really good muscle shape to them. I think it comes down to just a little nicer build through the front end. Little girl steer, to me, he's better bodied. He's better in his rump. He's more attractive in his hind leg. Comes to the ground just better off of his rear, too, and his lower body shape's nicer. Really complete steer to go ahead and win the class. I like this girl steer in second. When you get your hands on him, he's a really big top steer. They've got him just really toned in there and just tuned in, I should say. Good turn there to his hip. A lot of quality as you read him through his front end. He's almost there. It's just the rear third of his body that just throws him off for me. He's a little tighter in his flank, and I'd like to just readjust him there in his hip and hind leg. You do that, then he's a real heater, and he's close to being one, just not quite there for me. Red Baldy steer in third, real massive, a little different kind of a steer, super wide base, super powerful, lots of stoutness. He's just on the line, being just a little much. He's a little up and down in his front end and his shoulder, a little straight there in his hock, and a little coarser there in his joint. We get into a pair of steers in behind them, and 4 and 5. Just good doing, practical kind of cattle, deep bodied, pretty sound and useful in their structure. Plainer cattle, though, as you study them from front to rear, and they've kind of lost a little bit of their shape. Real meat wagon in behind them, a little lighter colored steer, lots of cutability, lots of yield grade potential in this steer. A little coarser, though, in how he's designed all the way through. Then we kind of work into a set of steers where we give up muscle composition, or we give up structure and just a little bit of tightness of body, but pretty good set of cattle to start the show off. Let's give them a big hand, please.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to those exhibitors. Want to remind everyone that in the Red Cross that Judge Bedwell will be placing and will be selling 3 head per class. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 18, Red Cross. We have 18 exhibitors in this class. Weights range from 1,200 to 1,360. Again, this is Class 18, Red Cross, with 18 exhibitors in the class. Attention to the barn, this is first call for Class 19 Red Cross. First call for Class 19 Red Cross. Please be moving to the holding area. I want to remind everyone that all auction placing steers and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. All auction placing steers and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Also, all auction placing steers, not including breed and reserve breed champion, you must be turning your steers into TLMA today at your earliest convenience. Additionally, if you have a steer that you wish to sell on the floor, TLMA are accepting those steers. They are open for business at a price of $1.76. They're located on the outside of the barn at the northwest corner, and you can take your steer whenever you're ready. Results from Class 17, 10th place goes to Kipton Rouse from Karnes County 4-H. 9th place goes to Hayden Gonzalez, Edinburgh Vila FFA. 8th place goes to Jackson Elliott, Sinton FFA. 7th place goes to Sophia McLay, Hutton FFA. 6th place goes to Ernest Gonzalez, Stockdale FFA. 5th place, Grace Seiler, Bront FFA. 4th, Jacob Alba, Coleman County 4-H. 3rd place, Kellen Kirkpatrick, Davenport FFA. 2nd place, Mila Mustin, Santo FFA. And your class winner, Sutton Hammond from New Braunfels FFA. Heads up, we got a loose steer. Attention the barn, Class 19, Red Cross, please be moving to the holding area. Class 19, Red Cross steers, please be moving to the holding area. As these exhibitors start to make their way to exit the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause to thank them for exhibiting their projects at Rodeo Austin. Attention to the barn, Class 19, Red Cross, please be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is for Class 19, Red Cross. Please be moving to the holding area. Attention barn, this is last call for Class 19, Red Cross. Last call for Class 19, Red Cross. Please make your way to the holding area. Heads up, everyone, we got a loose steer. Attention to the barn. This is last call for Class 19, Red Cross. Last call for Class 19, Red Cross. Please make your way to the holding area.
Really, really strong class. Kind of bits and pieces, though, as you're pulling them and putting them together. But I never questioned this one a bit here on the front end. He's so massive and put together so well in terms of just his build and his construction. As it's warmed up, and he's warmed up a little bit out here, he's relaxed right there in the middle of his back and in his loin a little bit. He can give you a really, really high quality look up through his front end. There's longer bodied steers in here, but I don't know if there's any one that puts together the base width, the power, the top, the freshness, and the quality near as good as what he does. I think a really, really logical place to start in this class. Nothing to take away from the young girl's calf there in second. I like him. He's an easy pull as well. Just a really long-bodied steer. A lot of quality again up through his front end. A real proud steer, and this girl really shows that off in him quite well. I think he's beautiful in terms of his structure, really sound and stout in terms of his bone. He gets out just very practical in his body. I like the turn to him. You know, there's at times he can get just a little weak right there in his top. He's not overly fresh there as you get into his loin, but at the same time, that's a really just useful, practical, high-quality steer. That front end kind of gets the guy going pretty good. The red steer I brought up, I liked him. He was real close for me pulling in the beginning, and honestly, I don't know why I didn't know where he was at, maybe compositionally, but he's a nice steer, really bold-bodied, awesome forerib, good turn and good dimension to him. Just really practical. Young boy does a really good job of showing. And when I compared him to the 1 and 4th, I'm like, what am I doing? I mean, there's just more practicality. There's more just doability, just the basics. And he's sounder up through his front end and his shoulder, and he does have enough composition and shape to him to be on the top end of a class. Now, there's not a steer, I don't think, that's going to outcut this one in 4th. His yield grade potential and cutability is going to be tremendous. You view him with a lot of shape and turn to him, you know, and there's parts of him that you fall in love with, and then the longer this drive kind of goes on, he just wears on you just a little bit. And how he's constructed up through his front end and his shoulder, he's tight there right in the middle of his back, and that shallow flank just kind of, you know, throws him off. But a real meat wagon, chuck full of meat and muscle. Boy does a good job at the halter. Calf coming next, you can say, well, he's in terms of body type and rib and just that Practicality, he's more like a few of them up in the line, and I would agree with you there from that standpoint. He's pretty coarse in his hock as you get in behind him. He's kind of built that way a little bit more up through his front end and his shoulder, but a nice, big, stout, thick steer. Definitely needed to be on the top end of the class. From there, we've kind of got some pieces here. Two pretty thick steers. Both of them get a little shallow flank. Both of them just get a little bit more mature through their front end. Structure is just a little bit iffy on both of them. Then we've got a real pretty steer. Young boy is doing a fine job with, long-bodied, real extended. Wish there was a little more meat animal shape. And then as we work on down in our class, again, some give and take on composition, some give and take on structure and build. Give him a big hand, though. That's a really nice class of Red Crosses.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the class at this time is Class 19, Red Cross. 17 exhibitors in this class with weights ranging from 1369 to 1500. Again, entering the show ring at this time is Class 19 Red Cross with 17 exhibitors. Heads up, everyone. We've got a loose steer in the ring. Results from Class 18. 10th place went to Emma Zoller, Kendall County 4-H. 9th place goes to Kinsley Schramm from Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 8th place went to Stanton Cantwell, Gillespie County 4-H. 7th place goes to Mark Adkins, Harris County 4-H. 6th place goes to Luke Kalina, Wall FFA. 5th place goes to Tanner Hoskins, Victoria County 4-H. 4th place goes to Braden Henry, New Home FFA. 3rd place goes to Jagger Burkhead, Lake Creek FFA. 2nd place goes to Harley Smith, Waller County 4-H. And your class winner goes to Dickland Lesky, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. I want to remind those of you that are ringside, if you have friends and family at home that weren't able to join, Taylor Fort and his talented crew are bringing the show to us live stream. That live stream can be found on their website at taylorfort.com/live. If you would share that information with your friends and family at home, that give them a chance to watch and support these exhibitors. Also, we're thankful to have Devin Sisk and her crew here help capture the moment by being in the ring and also backdrop photos. Thank you to Devin Sisk and Taylor Fort for being here for our exhibitors. Heads up. As these exhibitors start making their way out of the show ring, I ask that you'd put your hands together and give them a round of applause. Thank them for all their hard work and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention barn, this is first call for Class 20, other crosses. We ask that you start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 20, other crosses. Be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 20, other crosses. Please be moving to the holding area. Class 20, other crosses, move to the holding area. Attention to the barn, we need class 20 other crosses. Please be making your way to the holding area. Again, we need class 20 other crosses. Be moving to the holding area.
It's a really good class, challenging class to kind of weigh some trade-offs, I guess, in my opinion, and that's what they are. That's how I see them, but really good all at the same time. You know, the steer that wins the class, I think, does so because basically from his hip up, that steer has the most quality. He has the right kind of rib shape. He has the right kind of meat animal shape when you get up on top of him. That steer looks the part and is the part from that regard. The hang-up is with him, he's just a little more refined in his bone, and at the same time, he's just got a hitch in his giddy-up when you study him down in his lower joints. You fix that, make that hind leg more elite and flexible, he wins it with a 10-point cut. That steer's got a lot of quality. He's got a lot of good in him. He's almost just a little sore, like maybe he injured himself a little bit. That steer I like in terms of freshness, quality, and just has a good market look about him. This steer's interesting, and he's a beast in all respects because he's so massive. He's wide in his chest floor, really bold and good in his heart and forerib. I love how he opens up in his back and his top. He comes out of the shoulder just like how they need to. Big old hip steer. You know, his balance to me is a little bit plain when you study and evaluate him from the profile. It's kind of the same way when he's moving. The bottom line for me is when he gets out and moves, he just throws that old hip and he throws that old hock and gets outside of his body when he goes. If he was a little different in that regard, I could deal with his front end, but he just wants to get out, kick himself there off of the back leg. You get down into the steer here in third, and you know, he could maybe almost say he's a blend of both of those two steers I used ahead of him. And then on the other hand, you could say, well, he's just a little bit kind of just there in a lot of ways, and I think he is just kind of there, just a good complete steer, real useful and practical in terms of his kind. Doesn't just blow your doors off, but there's really not a lot wrong with him in the big picture. When you study him, maybe could freshen him up, maybe could give him just a little bit of shape, And then I think structurally, yeah, he's just kind of solid right there in the in the middle where they need to be. But a good kind of a steer, well shown. That girl gets a lot out of a good steer there to get in a place and spot. Here's a big old hound here in fourth that's just really powerful, stout and massive all the way through. A big steer, little rawer boned, a little coarser boned, perhaps for me. Got a big old chest floor sitting in him, but I thought he was just a overwhelming steer. I knew I'd have to have him here towards the top end, and that's why he got the pull. Interesting calf here that sits in fifth. This boy really shows the tar out of this steer, you know, and he's pretty flexible when he gets out and moves. He's so flexible, he kind of gets underneath himself, and then that plainness down through his chest floor is just amplified when this steer is walking. You get your hands on him, he's really smoothly finished and correctly finished up over his rib. That matches his body type. I just wish there was just a little more genuine shape as you get into him, but I call him a little more practical than the steer that comes next, and this lineup's got all the chrome. You know, interesting steer that definitely gives you some pieces of quality at times. You get in behind him and really study and evaluate from a 3/4 how that shoulder lays into his forerib, and then you get into his joints and the swelling in his hock, and you're like, I don't know if I can deal with it, and that's why I left him kind of where he is in the middle of the class. Couple of big, stout, thick red steers next in this lineup. I think that just get a little piecey on us, but they're chock full of meat and muscle, and then a big-bodied pair of cattle that we finish out with. Give them a good hand. Really, really nice class of steers.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Moving into the show ring at this time will be the first and second place steers from each of the class in the Red Cross. Judge Bedwell will be making his selection of breed and reserve breed champion of the Red Cross division. Attention barn, we need all of Class 20 other cross. This is your last call for Class 20 other cross steers. You need to be moving to the holding area.
Really strong breed show again, very competitive. As you study them on the top end here, the seconds are very good as well, but I think it comes down to a steer out here that just puts together a better build, a better just stoutness, and just more of a look that I'm after out here in this lineup, and then a very logical reserve to follow. Give these exhibitors of your Red Cross show a big, big hand. Young man, out of that middle class, you're going to be our champion. Let's give him a good hand.
Attention to the barn, we need exhibitor 5232 from Poth FFA to make your way to the holding area. We still need exhibitor 5232 from And your champion Red Cross goes to Declan Lesky from Lubbock County 4-H. And reserve champion Red Cross goes to Harley Smith, Waller County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Results from Class 19. 10th place goes to Cooper Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. 9th place goes to Addison Braddock, Tahoka FFA. 8th place goes to Jake Slaughter, Marion FFA. 7th place goes to Allison Reynolds, Hondo FFA. 6th place goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Copper Popelka, Hockley County 4-H. 4th place goes to Kinsey Hobbs, Milam County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Hallie Orth, Floresville FFA. 2nd place goes to Cooper Way from Floresville FFA. And your class winner, Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. Exhibitor number 5232 from Poth FFA, you have got to make your way to the holding area immediately. If you don't make your way to the holding area, you're going to miss your class. This is entry 5232 from Poth FFA. Attention to the barn, we need entry number 5232 from Poth FFA. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately or you're going to miss your class. Again, this is entry number 5232 from Poth FFA. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. Last call for entry number 5232 from Poth FFA. Your class is about to go in the show ring. This is last call for entry number 5232 from Poth FFA. You're about to miss your class. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 20. Other cross, there are 32 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,000 to 1,068 pounds. Again, this is Class 20. Other cross with 32 exhibitors in the class. In this particular class, Judge Bed will be placing and will be selling 4 head. Attention to the barn, this is first call for Class 21, other crosses. First call for Class 21, other crosses. Please be making your way to the holding area. If you are a breed or reserve breed champion and have not come to the announcer stand to fill out your information, we need you to do so as soon as possible. We are needing some information from all breed and reserve breed champions from yesterday and as we go through today. Thank you. As the exhibitors begin making their way to exit the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work, but also for joining us at Rodeo Austin. Thank you. For those of you just joining us this morning, I want to introduce our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell. Shane serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judging coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stalker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane and his wife Lacey have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Please put your hands together. Show our appreciation for Judge Bedwell joining us in Austin. For those of you that will be doing load out starting pretty soon, protocol's the same as when you came in. You'll come in gate 1, you'll go to the first corral out at Howdy. From there, they will direct you to where you need to go. We just ask that you be respectful of others and try to load your tack as soon as possible to where the exhibitors behind you can follow. This is second call for Class 21 other cross steers. Second call for Class 21 other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. I want to remind you that all auction placing steers and breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo. All auction placing steers, breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Also, all auction placing steers, not including breed or reserve breed champion steers, must be put on the truck at TLMA. They are open for business and accepting steers at this time. Also, if you wish to sell your steer on the floor, the price is $1.76, and you can make your way at the completion of your respective show. Thank you. Attention to the barn, we need 2 entries for Class 21 to make their way to the holding area. This would be entry number 2274 from Lubbock County 4-H and 2229 also from Lubbock County 4-H. Both of those entries need to be making their way to the holding area.
Really nice class to get things started with here in this cross show. I think a set of cattle here where you've got to make some calls and put them together kind of how you like them. And, you know, I probably gave up just a little bit of thump and power here on the front end to, I think, just get some cattle that are just real nice, real middle of the road, real complete, real useful kind of cattle. And these two girls here on the front, and I think have a pair of really nice bodied steers. They're both pretty flexible in terms of their structure. You know, they fit this weight range really nice in terms of the maturity pattern. And the girl steer up front is just a little truer in his shape, particularly as you get on top of them and fill them up over the rib. A little nicer in terms of that turn coming out of the quarter, a little more bone and substance to go along with it. Now the calf in second is just pretty dang nice in terms of kind, real practical bodied, real fluid in terms of his structure. Girl does a good job of sticking him and showing him. Just wish there was just a little bit more shape in that guy when he got right on top of him. You get into the steer here in third, and he's an interesting one. He's got just a little plainer front end and head in him, but man, in terms of just the power and thickness and the top that he has in him with all the structure and still the soundness, that's a pretty nice kind of a steer that, you know, maybe doesn't just show ring you up 100%, but at the same time, you know, just a real thick, heavy muscled steer that's sound and pretty useful in his kind. This little girl showed her way up into a spot in this class, and she did such a good job of working with this red steer. Just, again, very sound, very practical, nice bodied steer. You know, a little plainer, a little frailer, a little flatter as you study him all the way through, but I liked him, and I just kept moving him up. Yellow steer, you know, was a near pull for me. He's just so coarse in that noggin and head. It just throws him off for me. That's just how I am, and that's how we're going to stay. But, I mean, that steer is chock full of meat and muscle. I like his power. He just gets kind of out of whack out here, but you got to like him where you do. Gray steer, you know, has got a beautiful top shape in him, really fresh to the touch. Young people have done a good job with that steer. It's just a little fine and petite, you know, initially, and sound in terms of his structure. I like him, and that's why he stays over the gray steer. Gray steer's really thick and heavy muscled, lots of power and shape in him. His hock's a little concerning as you evaluate it. Big old heavier steer on down the line, long and practical and good in his kind, has some structure, a little flatter up over his rib and how he comes in behind his shoulder. White steering behind him, real thick and heavy muscled. Then we start to work in a few more issues in terms of balance and kind on down the line. Give him a big hand. Nice class to start off with.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 21, Other Cross Steers. We have 32 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,069 pounds to 1,167 pounds. Again, this is Class 21, Other Cross Steers with 32 exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 22, other cross steers. You may begin making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 22, other cross steers. Results from Class 20. 10th place goes to Reese Nash from Rogers FFA. 9th place goes to Colby Roberts, Sanger FFA. 8th place goes to Robert Creed Gore from Cisco FFA. 7th place goes to Georgia Besner, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 6th place goes to Piper Wiley, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 5th place goes to Kane Waters, Wellington FFA. 4th place goes to Kylie Barnett, Fisher County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Addison Sanders, Deer Park FFA. 2nd place goes to Gabby O'Leary, Brock FFA. And your class winner goes to Quincy Rains, Hayes County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all of our sponsors and supporters of 2024 Rodeo Austin. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for a chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. And Dell, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Thank you to each of our sponsors and our supporters. As these exhibitors start making their way to exit the arena, I ask that you'd put your hands together and give them a round of applause, show your appreciation for all their hard work, but also exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 22, other cross steers. You need to be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 22, other cross steers. Please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 22, other cross steers, please be moving to the holding area. Class 22, other cross steers, please be moving to the holding area.
Another really good class, and we're starting to grab a gear in this set of them. You know, this gray steer is not maybe user-friendly, but I see a lot of good in him. This calf just incredibly stout, really powerful in all aspects when you get underneath him. He's got a real quality look about him. If he'll just let himself relax, you know, maybe not quite the sheer job on him, and there's just, you know, some things that you just, but you just step back. That steer's really, really nice, in my opinion. The boy does as good a job as he can with him, and I just think loose, that's a really, really nice steer. Calf in second, I should have pulled him, and I wanted to. He kind of got in a corner there, and I just didn't get a very good look of him. I knew he was pretty good, but he's just real honest in terms of his kind. Awesome bodied steer, good look, just a good practical steer that's just real genuine. Calf up in third, a little more extended, nice quality look. He's got a good hip in him, good fresh top laying in him. He just doesn't have the center body and the forerib and just the strength in his lower 1/3 to run with those two, in my opinion. But he's sounder and more flexible than this yellow steer coming out next. I like the yellow steer. He gives you kind of that, hey, I'm here to party kind of look about him. You get him out on the walk, though, he's just a little tight and straight up and down. But that steer really has the quality to him. I like him quite a bit if he can walk. Then we get into just a big old stout calf coming out next. It's just a spot out that you appreciate in terms of his power. Just a little piece here, a little coarser, long-bodied, real extended white steer coming out. You appreciate him in his lines. the strength and attractiveness there in his hip, a little flatter ribbed, a little narrower based underneath. Gray steers, real thick, lots of muscle shape, a little coarser, a little piece here in how he's constructed. And he kind of starts some structure discussion to me in this class where he's just a little straighter. Yellow steer, the girl does a good job with. Pattern-wise, from the profile, I'm very much a fan of him. Just the practicality of that guy. When you catch him from a 3/4 and you see him use that hock and kick him out, you're like, it's got to be better. You get up over the top of him, the steer needs to be more genuine out of his top. Then we've got some big old thick cattle walking out, some flatter rib cattle down below, but an awesome class of cattle. We're starting to kick it up here. Very good job. Reward them with a big round of applause, please.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 22, other cross steers. We have 30 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1173 to 1229. Again, this is Class 22, other cross steers with 30 entries in the class. Attention the barn, this is first call for class 23, other cross steers. Again, this is first call for class 23, other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Results from class 21, 10th place goes to Emily Dingler from Brownsboro FFA. 9th place goes to Naomi Brooke Clevenger from Palmer County 4-H. 8th place goes to Keely Lehman from Wilbarger County 4-H. 7th place, Kinley Lamberg from Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Keenan Kutzenberger, Brazos County 4-H. 5th place, Carly Conley, San Patricio County 4-H. 4th place, Kaysen Jones, Lubbock County 4-H. 3rd place, Brennan Henry, New Home FFA. 2nd place, Brogan Patchke, Idalou FFA. And your class winner goes to Cole Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Just wanted to remind everyone sitting ringside that if you have friends and family at home that were unable to attend, that we have Taylor Fort and his talented crew here to live stream the show. That live stream can be found at their website at taylorfort.com/live. You can share the information with your friends at home where they can watch and support these exhibitors. Also want to thank Devin Sisk and her crew for being here to take ring shots and backdrop photos, help us capture the moment. Want to thank Taylor Ford and Devin Sisk and their crew for being here to help support these exhibitors. As these exhibitors make their way around the arena and start to exit, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause, thanking them for participating and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Heads up, we got a loose steer in the ring. Attention the barn, this is second call for class 23, other cross steers. Second call for class 23, other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, class 23, other cross steers. We ask that you please be making your way to the holding area. This is last call for class 23, other cross steers. Please be moving to the holding area.
Really nice pair of steers here on the front end of this class, and then we've got a very competitive third, and then just a good slug of really good cattle right there in the middle that we'll get to here in a little bit. I think the pair here on the top end, they come to the front because they're more massive in their forerib shape. They're better in their body. They're both stout, thick cattle that, still put together a really nice, competitive, stylish look. Up front, I would like to change the steer on his front feet up there in the angle of his shoulder, set of his knee, and just square him up. I couldn't convince myself I got a big enough structural upgrade to justify a switch, and we'll get to the steer in a second here in a little bit. But I like this steer from his shoulder back. I think there is a little more balance in him. There's a little more strength, a little more uniformity in his body, more attractiveness there at his hip. He's a heavier structured square hock steer as you get around behind him. It's just that front end structure. You just need to square him up a little bit, and then you've got a real heater. Boy's a superb showman in second. He can really show this steer off and pull him together because he doesn't, to me, balance quite as easy as the steer that wins the class. He can kind of drop that chest floor out of him, and he's got such a long front end and neck, it over kind of compensates for it a little bit. My issue with him was over his rump, and then how that steer brings his hock in from behind. He's just a little bit plainer to me to look at, but a nice kind of a steer. I'm not going to rough him up too much. Some give and take there on the top pair for sure. This really neat kind of a calf comes out next, really fresh in his body, lots of attractiveness and quality to him as you read him up through his front end. You get over the top of him and just study him right down on his forerib. He's a flatter bodied steer, just needs to be boldened up all the way through personally for me, but he's a quality steer that gives you a really competitive look. Steering fourth, just again, one of those really practical, easy doing kind of a cattle that has a good competitive look to him. He's nice in his lines, tailhead set in him pretty good. He's more than comfortable enough out here, just a little chunkier as you read him up through his front end. A lot of the same for the shorthorn mark steer coming out, big bodied, easy doing, gets up in his tailhead a little bit more, a little weaker over his top. He doesn't have quite the shape and definition to him as you study him really on the cattle to either side of him. I thought the gray steer over the two that set in below him was just better in his joint work and cleaner from behind and how they go. He can get underneath himself just a little bit, be a little plainer at times, but just fundamentally speaking, that's a good calf that boy has. Both of these two stout steers next in this lineup are cracked open in their chest floor. They're big-bodied steers that have a lot of substance to them. If you get right in behind them and study the shape of their hock, they're straighter, and they've got a little swelling there, and they both need to be modified. Standing still, you're like, all right, let's go. But these two cattle are just a little bit too outside of their body. Then we've got a good white gray steer coming out next, long and smooth and clean. He's a little sounder than the yellow steer that's heavier muscled than him and more expressive in his muscle. He just gets tangled up in terms of his joints and his movement. Give him a big hand, an excellent kind of a class.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 23, other cross steers. We have 32 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1231 to 1285. Again, this is Class 23, other cross steers, 32 entries in this class. As exhibitors are making their way into the show ring, for these classes, Judge Bedwell will be placing, we'll be selling 5 head. Results from Class 22. 10th place goes to Gabriella Stewart from Bastrop County 4-H. 9th place goes to Nicholas Ruiz from Los Fresnos FFA. 8th place goes to Lauren Hawker, Burnett FFA. Seventh place goes to Peyton Wooten, Llano County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Lane Schuler, Splendora FFA. Fifth place goes to Wyatt Smith, Comel County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Brayley Hazer, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Third place goes to Clayton Doyle, Hayes County 4-H. Second place, Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. And your class winner, Jack Stewartson, San Saba County 4-H. Congratulations to all of those winners in Class 22. For those of you just joining us, I'd like to introduce our steer judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell. Shane serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with the AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judging coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stocker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane and his wife Lacey have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Please put your hands together and thank Mr. Shane Bedwell for being our judge at Rodeo Austin. Attention to the barn, this is first call for Class 24, other cross steers. First call for Class 24, other cross steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. As the exhibitors have made their way out of the arena, I ask that you please put your hands together and congratulate and show your appreciation for all those that exhibited their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention barn, this is second call for Class 24 other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 24 other cross steers. Please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, if you are a breed or a reserve breed champion, and you have not already done so, we need for the exhibitor and a parent to make their way to the announcer stand. We need to obtain some information from you. So if you have not already come and you're a breed or reserve breed champion, we ask that the exhibitor and a parent please make their way to the announcer stand. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our sponsors and our supporters of 2024 Rodeo Austin. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for Ram trucks at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frostbank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holtcat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Dale, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Thank you to each of those sponsors and supporters of 2024 Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 24 other cross steers. Last call for Class 24 other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, we're still needing 3 exhibitors to make their way to the holding area. This would be entry number 7793 from Brazos County 4-H. Entry number 5216 from Princeton FFA. And entry number 510 from Granbury FFA. Please be making your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Thank you.
Really, really nice class of steers here. Fun to evaluate. Kids are working hard. This is what it's all about. Good steer here on the front end, and you know, the longer the drive goes on and they set out here, I think the more he daylights them in terms of just build and kind. You know, these 3 steers all kind of fit together pretty well in terms of their lower body balance and their construction and their width and their mass. He just takes it a step further in terms of his flexibility. I love how he's set back in the angle of his shoulder and his knee. He's a really stout bone steer, but he's still pretty good there when you get on the inside of his hock. Super flexible, reaches out and just takes a nice, attractive, long, practical front end into a massive body shape. That's a really nice kind of a steer to go ahead and win this class. Calf in second, I think, can give him a little bit of a push at the standstill. I like him quite a bit in terms of his quality. He's a good, fresh, presented steer. Really nice in terms of his shape and his top and how he feeds out of his shoulder. Carries it down really well in terms of his hip. And just a nice, high-quality steer. And that was the difference between him and the 1 and 3rd. There's just more pattern, more style in him. When you let him go structurally, though, he's the straighter need steer. Just tightens up and he pulls up there in his top just a little bit. And that's the difference there between the top. I like this calf a lot, and I kept working him up. I think there's just a lot of good to him. Really massive body, awesome full rib shape, good turn to him. You know, he's got a few knots there on his hock, but we can kind of get into the same thing on the rest of the class. And I thought he just kept matching the cattle in terms of his lower body shape, the turn to him. He's got a big old expressive top working in him, and he stays pretty flexible. He's just a little crunchier up through his head, just doesn't have that overwhelming amount of balance. And that's what's tempting between 3 and 4, because past the head, I like that length of body and strength of top line and attractiveness that you get in this peach-colored steer. The problem with him, that chest floor comes out of him and he tightens up back into his flank, but he's fresh in his back, he's thick in his top, just needs to be balanced up a little bit different in his lower body and structured up just a little bit softer. Boy, this girl got a lot out of this steer, didn't she, in this drive? That's a good, thick, heavy-muscled, powerful steer. It's chock full of meat and muscle. Still pretty sound for the way he's constructed and just how stout he is. Just, again, a little plainer in his noggin, just a little coarser in his build all the way through. This girl didn't see me pull her on the way in. I like this calf a lot just standing still. I think there's a steer that reads with a lot of quality to his front end. He's a steer that's really nice in terms of his body. He's powerful in that image, awesome in his lines, really good and muscular in his top. The hang-up is his hocks. He's just a little straighter there off of either end, and that gets him down in this particular class. This young man's got a good cream-colored steer coming out next. Certainly appreciate just functional, practical, everything's there. It just shows you how good this class is. He maybe needs thumped up just a little bit in terms of his shape and just style, but that's a pretty nice steer. Then we get into a set of flatter rib cattle, perhaps coming down, and particularly this Baldy next. I thought he was just enough sounder, more correct in how he used his hind leg aesthetically. He's got a good composition relative to muscle shape and yield grade in him. He's just a little flatter and piecier. I like this steer. He's probably a little softer than the one right in front of him. He's just a little squirrely on those back legs, and that's what gets him in trouble and on down the line in this class. Another white steer that you like in terms of pattern and his look, just again a little flatter sided and narrower base. Good red steer that's practical, and a big bodied black and white steer to finish things up with. Just gets a little plainer, but awesome class. It's getting good out here. Give him a big hand.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 24, other cross steers. Weights range from 1289 to 1344. Again, this is Class 24, other cross steers with 31 entries in this class. Heads up, everyone. Steer loose. Results from Class 23, 10th place goes to Nathan Powers, Dripping Springs FFA. 9th place goes to Samuel Childers, Bell County 4-H. 8th place goes to Braylon Mauser, Williamson County 4-H. 7th place goes to Kaiser Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. 6th place goes to Lorelei Jensky, Poteet FFA. 5th place goes to Lake and Boxwell, Ochiltree County 4-H. 4th place goes to Stratton Shirts, Ropes FFA. 3rd place goes to Aniston Floyd, Denver City FFA. 2nd place goes to Jade Stone, Martin County 4-H. And your class winner is Kinley Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. In the ring now is Class 24 of other cross steers. There's 31 entries in this class. Judge Bedwell will be placing and will be selling 5 head. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 25. Other cross steers, this is first call for Class 25 other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, all auction placing steers, and specifically breed champion and reserve breed champion steers, you are required to get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Reminder, all auction placing steers, breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Also, all auction placing steers, not including breed and reserve breed champion steers, must take your project to TLMA. They are accepting steers at this time and open for business, along with any other exhibitor who wishes to sell their steer on the floor. Price is $1.76. TLMA is located out on the northwest corner of the show barn. You might make your way that they are accepting steers, and you can take your steers at your earliest convenience. Thank you. Attention in the barn. If you are a breed or reserve breed champion steer, the exhibitor will receive 2 complimentary rodeo tickets for tonight. Again, all breed and reserve breed champion steers, each exhibitor will receive 2 complimentary tickets for the rodeo tonight. If you are wanting to buy extra tickets, they are first come, first serve, and you can make your way to the show office at this time. The show cattle office has additional tickets that are first come, first serve, and you can make your way over there to redeem or to purchase those additional tickets if you are needing them. As the exhibitors are exiting the show ring, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for thanking them for all their hard work, but also for exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, class 25, other cross steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is class 25, other cross steers, please be moving to the holding area. Good job, young man. Good job. Attention the barn, we are needing entry number 2841 from Johnson County 4-H to be making their way to the holding area. Again, this is entry number 2841 from Johnson County 4-H. Please be moving to the holding area.
Really, really high quality class again. You know, on the front end, I think we've got another one that rises to the front pretty easily. I guess when you talk about body, practicality, soundness, squareness, stoutness, you know, he does it in a hurry, in my opinion, in this class. So good in his forerib and his lower body shape. Comes into a big, stout hip. He uses his structure really well out here in this lineup. Be a fun one to get back out here. It's going to be a fun drive. We've had some really, really competitive class winners to come out here. You know, this yellow one in second is so good on the eyes just when he hits the ring. Steer that really has a lot of quality in his top line, a lot of quality in his hip. He's very attractive there. Still a very deep-bodied steer that's bold in terms of his muscle and his look. Walks really nice out of his front end. And from the side, the steer is very flexible in how he goes, and so he was an easy pull, in my opinion. When you get in behind him and watch him travel, this steer needs to be quite a bit squarer and better in his rear feet. He wants to kind of just get a little on the outside of his rear toes, and that's what hurts him in this class, because I can deal with him in terms of this look and balance and quality that he has. Honestly, the one in third even grows on me more because he's got a really expressive muscle shape. He's got enough of a look of a show steer up through his front end and his shoulder. The problem with him, he's a little straighter in the angle of his shoulder, probably steeper yet in the set of his hock, and then at times he can just get real weak right there in his back, kind of like what he's doing. But that's a good steer compositionally that's spot on, ought to hang a really good carcass. Calf coming next in fourth. You know, here was where I thought the sorting in this class kind of lied, and it's just kind of a matter of how you saw him and how you called him. But this steer, let's just let him travel out. I think just a real complete steer. You know, he's got enough of a quality look to him. He's certainly muscular enough in terms of his hip. He's got a good fresh top laying in him, and I thought, you know, just a nice pattern steer that kind of fit with the rest of the cattle here on the top end of this class. He's a little plainer, I get it, and yeah, he could maybe have a little bit lower, more lower turn to him, but I just thought he was just a little sounder, a little nicer balance than the one that comes next in fifth. Really big-bodied steer, tons of product and width in him. He's a little past 12 o'clock for me. Needs a little more muscle shape and freshness in him. Gets a little plainer down into his chest floor, and then I'd call him just a little straighter in his hock. Got a pair of steers here next in this class. To me, they're just kind of tight in their rib cage, flatter in their body shape, you know, just a little narrower in their construction. The yellow steer to me has more product to him, though, as you step in behind him. A really big top steer, you know, just gets a little shallower, a little leggier out here in this lineup. Gray steer's a handful. Girl's done an excellent job with him. I wouldn't say very many people could probably just get it done, but she did, and I kept working her up. I think the steer has an undeniable amount of quality. I can see why she would have picked him out. He's just a little bit flat, though, as I get into the center cut of his body. A little bit dry there up over his loin. Just need to spread him open and make him fresher in terms of his body. Big, stout, yellow steer coming out next. Young girl does a good job again. Just a thicker, kind of coarser neck steer that's plainer in his look. How about this dude here? And hopefully we can get him out of the ring, but he hangs on to him now, doesn't he? You're probably going to have all kinds of people wanting you to show a steer on down the road. You work hard and keep after it. That's just a good doing, very practical, useful kind of a steer. Boy that's tall probably shoots basketball for somebody, or football on the line, I don't know. He's got a really attractive steer that I thought ran out of meat and muscle, and then you've got a 180 from that. He's just probably a little much for me, but a very competitive class. Give him a big, big hand.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 25, other cross steers. 30 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1345 to 1427. Again, this is Class 25, other cross steers. 30 exhibitors in this class. Results from Class 24. 10th place goes to Connor McCafferty, Rogers FFA. 9th place goes to Cason Torn, Lee County 4-H. 8th place goes to Lauren Weineck, Toller FFA. 7th place goes to Kirkland Fulton, New Home FFA. 6th place goes to Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. 5th place, Victoria Wright, Ochiltree County 4-H. 4th place goes to Kaylin Ezel, Leon County 4-H. 3rd place, Bobby Schubert, Hayes County 4-H. 2nd place, Bailey Fudge, Karnes County 4-H. And class winner of Class 24 goes to Taylor Jeffrey, Fisher County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 26, other cross steers. Again, this is first call for Class 26, other cross steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, if you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion steer, those exhibitors will receive 2 complimentary tickets for tonight's rodeo. There are some additional tickets, first come, first serve, in the show office at this time. There's only a few left. If you want to make your way over to the show office, there are a few additional tickets left at this time. Any other tickets that will be needed for tonight will be purchased at the rodeo, and we'll follow up with additional instructions for that at a later time. Thank you. As these exhibitors are making their way out of the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause to thank them for all their hard work and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, this is second call for Class 26, other cross steers. Again, this is second call for Class 26, other cross steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is a reminder that all auction placing steers, not including breed or reserve breed champion steers, must be making their way to TLMA to turn in their steers. Also, if you wish to sell your steer on the floor, the price is $1.76. You may make your way to TLMA. They are open for business and accepting steers at this time.
fabulous class of cattle, and I took an extra moment, and I won't apologize for it because these cattle are really, really impressive to study and evaluate, and the things that they do really, really well is flat tremendous in my opinion, and this is going to be an incredible drive here in a little bit, and I know we've got one more class to go, so it's fair game yet, but these three steers are so competitive. We've got a black and white steer in fourth and a few on down below that, but this steer that wins the class and why he does is he is massively powerful but uniquely built in terms of his rear leg structure and his hip. I don't know as I've ever seen one that powerful and that stout that can still have that elite of a hind leg and still stay inside of his body and inside of his skeleton. I love the balance and the quality that you read in that steer through his neck, through his front end, through his head. I think he's incredibly fresh in terms of his body and his rib, and he's just more massive in his lower 1/3 and his heart and his forerib than the steer right in behind him. Is the steer in second maybe just a little cleaner chested and longer and more attractive maybe at times? Maybe right down through the chest floor. But where this one is unique in his lower body and his mass and the attractiveness of his rump and the eliteness of his back leg, I think is incredible show steer and is just a truck in all aspects. I'm a big fan of that steer right there that wins the class. Steer in second, again, really clean-chested, up-fronted, incredible in terms of his freshness and his look and his quality. I love the shape of his body. Also, he's just not as massive and as powerful as that steer that wins the class. Comes out of his top with a really fresh muscle shape, really good turn there and expression, very sound, very athletic in terms of his skeleton. He's maybe not as stout in his bone work as either of the two steers on either side of him. I think he is maybe a little bit tighter down into his heart and his forerib, and he's not as good footed as you take him down on his rear feet there from behind, but a really stylish, attractive steer. They're a little bit different, but boy, they're really, really good. Steer in third, I thought initially probably paired up a little bit like my class winner just because he is a little more moderate in terms of his frame size. He has just a little bit more bone and feature and foot size underneath him. Where I got to getting a little more critical on this guy is you take him right into the cut of his shoulder. He's got a little more spread and chest right there, and then as you take him right back through the rear third of him, that steer flattens off of his loin back into his lower body, and that's where I got just a little more critical on a steer that I call a little plainer relative to those two cattle right ahead of him. Super sound, super flexible, a good kind of a steer. Just thought he was just a little plainer and flatter in terms of that lower width relative to his bulk and mass there through his front end and shoulder. I like the black and white steer a great deal that sets in third. Really powerful rib shape, stout body shape, and you know, he gets around and handles himself pretty good. A little crestier up through his neck and a little bit more mature. Good steer coming next in this lineup. It's got a lot of quality to him. He hits you pretty hard when he walks in the gate. This steer's knees just not quite good enough, and he flattens off of the top of his rib. If he's sounder up front, then that steer definitely can have a run in this class. He just needs to be better built there. Nice high quality steer coming next in this lineup. Really trim, awesome shape and expression down into his top line. Gets a little bit harder in terms of his body shape. Like to give him a little bit more turn there. So we work on down into a big gray steer. I like the substance and power and the thickness in him. Just a little bit coarser up front, a little swollen in his hock. Needs to stride out just a little bit better. Nice basic steer coming out next in the class, real useful in terms of his body. Big burly steer that's got a lot of middle and body coming out next. Just a little too mature for me. Needs a little more shape as you get into him, but a big thick-ended steer you have to appreciate in terms of his power and product. calf coming out next. Again, the young man does such a good job with. Nice quality steer, a little plainer in the shape, a little flatter. We finish out the class with a good cutability steer, really good in terms of his yield grade, just a little bit harder in terms of his body and structure. Give him a hand, please. Awesome class.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 26, Other Cross Steers. There are 28 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1439 to 1644. Again, this is our last class of the day. This is Class 26, 28 exhibitors in the class. Results from Class 25, 10th place goes to Ace Neglin, Medina County 4-H. 9th place goes to Leighton McMurphy, Randall County 4-H. 8th place goes to Swayze Harlan, Wellman Union FFA. 7th place goes to Hayden Jensky, Jourdanton FFA. 6th place goes to Savannah Payne, Angleton FFA. 5th place goes to Ryder Day, Meadow FFA. 4th place goes to Presley Hankus, Wall FFA. 3rd place goes to Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. 2nd place goes to London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. And your class winner, Dakota Martin from Mason County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. As these exhibitors are exiting the arena, I'd ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause and thanking them for all their hard work and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, if you have a breed or reserve breed champion steer, if you will wait a bit to come in for loadout, we're going to try to get the rest of the exhibitors out of the barn. As we get a little bit closer, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to let you come in to load your tack, and we're going to allow you to stay parked either on the north or the west side of the barn until after the rodeo. So if you'll give us a little time to try to help the rest of the exhibitors get out of the barn, then we'll give you a chance to come in to load your tack and anything else that you might have. But then you'll be able to stay with your truck and trailer parked next to the barn until after the rodeo.
Really good way to finish out what's been an awesome breed show here. This is a pretty impressive pair, 1,500-pound steers, both of them I like really well. The yellow steer, I think, just blends it together. Maybe just a little bit smoother. It's just extra sound and how he gets out of his front end. Really awesome back leg feature and just high quality look about him. You know, he's maybe a little ornerier, but that steer's really, really nice in my opinion. The smoke here in second, really big-bodied steer, still a quality look about him, really nice in behind his shoulder. Don't know if he's quite as square there on his front end, maybe a little more set to his hind leg, just a little bit plainer, but a nice kind of a steer. I think both of these two cattle at this weight in particular are just better in terms of their skeleton, sounder, and how they reach out and move. We've got three really powerful big middled steers coming out next, and I thought the girl's calf here, you know, just really, again, has a quality look to him. He can get out. He's got a little more set to his hind leg, but a real massive bodied steer. It's super fresh in terms of his top shape. You like the spread and the turn that he's got. I like the body and the doability of this steer coming out next. Just a real useful, practical kind of a steer. Again, just a little bit plainer, gets a little bit underneath himself, but he's a little better jointed than the steer right in behind him. That's super souped up, lots of quality, lots of style and shape in him. Just a little coarser there in his hock, but standing still, man, he gives you another really, really good look in a deep class. This girl gets a lot out of this steer coming out next. Real proud in terms of his look and his feature. An extra shot of bone and muscle in him. He just runs the wrong way back through the rear third of his body. I need to just see a better turn as you work him back there. Again, another muscular steer the boy has there, chuck full of meat and product. He's a little tight off of either end. I'd like to just give him a little bit more freshness and quality as you evaluate him from the profile. So we work on down in our class, some really good kids that brought some good cattle to town. It's sure impressive, this big in terms of weight, to still find these cattle that are reasonably pretty sound, still pretty thick, still look the part here at your show. Give them a big hand, and we'll move on to our drive. Thank you.
Entering the ring at this time is the first and second place steers from all other cross classes. Judge Bedwell will be making his selection of champion other cross and reserve champion other cross. Results from Class 26. 10th place goes to Duke Grotzky from Riesel FFA. 9th place goes to Cass Pape, Marion FFA. 8th place goes to Cannon Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. 7th place goes to Jackson Missildine from Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Callie Fisher, Kendall County 4-H. 5th place goes to Jersey Harlan, Wellman Union FFA. 4th place goes to Cash Goreska from Taylor County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Rylan Hensley, Floydada FFA. 2nd place goes to Paisley Grotzky from Riesel FFA. And your class winner, Jayden Myers, O'Donnell FFA. Congratulations to those winners.
I know we have some doings later here in the day, but it's certainly been very enjoyable. Again, I can't brag enough about the lighting in the ring, the quality of the surface that these cattle walk on and that I've been able to walk on. It's been quite enjoyable judging your cattle the last couple of days, and so I really appreciate that. I appreciate the outstanding ring help that we've had, the guys in the back that are processing them and getting the cattle to us. We've never waited really at all throughout the show, and so I know maybe some of you will be around later. Some of you maybe not and have another obligation to get to and something else to go to, but let's make sure and we thank all the volunteers to put on this steer show. Let's give them a big hand, please. This AOC show's been really good. We started with some lighter cattle, and it's just kind of built swiftly from there. As you get into the middle pack of this, it's extra good and extra competitive. Some steers that really have, to me, a lot of quality to them, a lot of soundness and a lot of practicality, and then they have those extras make it really fun when it comes down to the final drive like this. There's some variation in terms of weight, and I think you've got to keep that in mind. They're all useful cattle. They all fit a weight window, and I'd be hard pressed. I don't know as we might have had some lighter cattle that were too light from an industry standpoint, but I don't know as we had anything that was too big with where we're harvesting cattle. To me, it's more about the type and the body type and the style and the frame that they come with this kind of weight. I'm never against big, tall cattle, but they anymore as long-bodied as they are, as muscular and as wide as they are, these cattle honestly have to weigh something or there's not a lot of meat into them. So, as we've progressed here over time, I think we're going to continue to see that trend Dr. Miller and I were talking about, and that's the battle of trying to find a cow herd that stays maternal and productive and can still wean a calf without getting them too big. And so that's a whole nother subject, but I know we're at a steer show. But the quality of this crossbred lineup's been really good. I think there's a pair of them that I fell in love with that I like quite a bit. And there's a couple pretty good ones that we're going to leave out of this here today. But your show here in Austin is extremely competitive. I want to compliment you on that. I'm going to set the mic down and show you the two champions that I like. Give these kids, their parents, their 4-H, FFA people behind them a big, big hand here. It's been impressive.
And your champion other cross goes to Dakota Martin from Mason County 4-H. And your reserve champion other cross goes to London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. That will conclude the normal part of our steer show. We will return back just prior to 5 o'clock for the pre-judging of our grand and reserve grand champion steer. I want to remind you that all auction placing steers, breed champion and reserve breed champion steers are required to get a backdrop photo. All auction placing steers, not including breed and reserve breed champion steers, must turn your steer into TLMA. They are located outside of the barn at the northwest corner. They are open for business. The price is $1.76. Any other exhibitor who wishes to floor their steer, you may take them out there. Take them out there. They are open for business and ready to receive your cattle.